George so it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, is not represented at all because this is about a century before the Americas were discovered by
in the Freedom 90 video, and
packed with
he fucks it up. And I have this
huge impact
thing that I do where I make fun of it.
Of the,
just one moment, I'm resetting all my cameras, so I'll be there in a second.
Navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things in my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish golden age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there was some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate actively in the culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world-class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Today, for example, you will have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like presidents of the United States or Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, named Samuel ibn Agrela, who was also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They're also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, you did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, and hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farhi Bible, after a later owner of the manuscript, that shows tremendous.
Yeah, it's that whole Constantinople concept in business. Everybody knows that. There we go. All right, well, just one moment. Do you know my story? Do you know what I do? Excellent. I'm more data than this person focused. Did you see my two most recent interviews? You're amazing, Bob. Okay, so it's called Murat's World. Dog. I am a member. What's up? You had a good day? Absolutely. Come on.
application of his talents to the book. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a uniquely Arabic style of book illumination in which an entire page is covered with the incredibly ornate decoration. Here, for example, you can see a Quran, which has typical kind of, lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the carpet page of the Farhi Bible, decorated with words from the text and these fascinating kind of geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of illustrative materials that, would be incredibly useful for people to try to understand what's going on. Like, for example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of implements used in temple service as described in the Bible. And on the right, you see, the menorah and various other appurtenances of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating, gorgeous material. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the Catalan Atlas with me. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises, because we do some absolutely fantastic things as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow cruisers. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to just say hello to you and to tell you how excited I am about the cruises we have planned for this year. In particular, I'm so excited about cruising in the Netherlands and cruising once again on the Rhone River in the south of France. These are places where there is so much rich Jewish history. On so many cruises, we have the opportunity to look at the depth of Jewish history in a particular place. But it's especially exciting when we're able to go to cities like Lyon, to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those historical precedents. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you up on the sun deck and in the lounge and, of course, at dinner and as we explore these really exciting places to visit. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in just a few months. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something recently in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands. It's an amazing story about a fight in synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, the Sabbath of Repentance in 1709. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi Synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam, you can see it is the grand building on the right. And, in this kind of fanciful image, I don't know how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so happy to see Napoleon coming into town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogue. It's two massive edifices of the built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Makom, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. At any rate, the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazi and who are the Portuguese and what are they doing there together. So here's a map of the region. And the first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam, we should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water. And the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, forgive me, my Dutch is not that great, Hochdeutsch Jews, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland, that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto Jews who actually started arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto Jews? It's because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we've discussed, in that they had, a strong Jewish identity because, they were baptized against their will. But on the other hand, they were forced to live in secret, hence the word crypto, like the hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Marranos. That is an inappropriate term. It really means swine or pigs. But it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education. They could do all kinds of things. But many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly readopt their Jewish identities. And they openly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being in the city. And then finally, you have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles. The Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazi. So we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim, the Hochdeutsch Jews, the High German Jews, and now you have the Polish Jews, or Ukrainian if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Moses Floyd. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars in the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years in particular. This video is based on research from this article that was published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch Main Synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church Association. Kind of like seems like an interfaith or a communal dialogue group of some kind or another. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority primarily as second or third in command, and he put many decades of service into working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the Book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, a member of the Order of Orange, Nassau. In happier times at a wedding, I believe that's his daughter on the right. This is an undated photo, but he is in the top hat, third from the right, next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year 1938 with Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for him for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Holland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat means the Jewish Council. And the Nazi modus operandi was they would come into a community, and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Sloy's, were forced to continue with the Judenrat. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Judenrat, because some of these Judenrat leaders in particular lorded over the Jews their extra powers that they received through their association with the Nazis. Others, however, I believe, like Sloy's, and we see others like Adam Chernyakhov in Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect their community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far the Nazi aim of destroying all the Jews would eventually go, but that was their thinking as they moved through it. We see this from many of the diaries that are kept by the Judenrat leaders of how they hoped to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable fate. The fate of the Amsterdam Judenrat was similar to the fates of so many other Judenräte across Europe. The members of the Judenrat were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war, as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And then on the last train to deport them, they included finally the Judenrat as well. And that's what happened on the 24th of September. They were sent to Westerbork, and Dr. Sloy's was eventually murdered at Sobibor in 1943. But let's go now to the actual story that he records based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi synagogue. We should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general in Amsterdam. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis of the congregations and very powerful, what we would call today, presidents of their communities, the Parnassim. Quite often these got quite rancorous and involved a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as you move into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Sloy's talks about is that at the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more lashon hara, evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues, and all kinds of things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There is a level of stochastic violence in the air. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random, but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen, but it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as another Amsterdam resident from about this time, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. And it's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable, but that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. And most Jews from Eastern Europe, the Ashkenazic community, by the way, I should also mention that the Hochdeutsch and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you had these two Ashkenazi communities together. They're really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan, a new cantor. It was Yechiel Michal of Lublin. He was apparently a very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic. And we assume as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice, a cantor. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. I had to poke around quite a bit to figure out what exactly did he introduce. In the Dutch, is he started using a zinger and a bas. So apparently, what he would do when he was actually leading the prayers, and this is totally not traditional in Orthodox synagogues, and this, of course, is Orthodox synagogue. And this is well before you had Reform synagogues, like a good 200 years before you had Reform. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer or cantor that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass, and so a baritone, I guess. And so, in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, imagine kind of like a two guys standing behind him who would like make his singing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. Halacha, for example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say the name of God except in prayer. And the zinger and the bas, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there were two camps formed in the Ashkenazic synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry of Yechiel Michal of Lublin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a lot of catcalling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service. And at the end of the reading, it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who is called up for that reading, called the Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, or pledge a donation because he can't make a donation on Shabbat, and also mention, his family and the rabbi and people he likes, and say that they should all have blessings conferred upon him. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-Zinger Bas and the anti-Zinger Bas, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah, in the Meshberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechiel Michal and the zinger and the bas who sing so beautifully. And that would provoke the anger of the other camp, and vice versa. And it got way out of hand, so much that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Lib Harif, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaalders. And anyone who started trouble during Mishmerach would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while, but then after Rabbi Lib Harif passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Aryeh Leib ben David of Kalish. Very, very well-regarded scholarly individual. But he didn't last, unfortunately, very long, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is, this is the high holy days. And during this Sabbath, the idea is the Jews who are familiar with this, of course, will realize that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person, so you can go into Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened in the year 5470, or September 7th, 1709. A fight, a fist fight, a violent fist fight broke out in the synagogue over the use of the bas and the zinger. It was so awful that the rabbi, Aryeh Leib, had a heart attack. And, right away the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. It would not return. And they punished those who were rabble-rousers. But the rabbi nevertheless passed away on Islam on November 9th. The community went into that year significantly chastened. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, but it also, I think, causes me to reflect on my own behavior at synagogue. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research in preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, with the Netherlands, and with Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of hedonism. But when you look at it in its more complex particulars, especially when you look at the economics and the demographics and the religious tolerance, we see that it's really more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this place represents, right? It's found land, it's claimed land, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants from the raiders coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that will become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves, meant that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation through much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic niches. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. And we see it here in Americas, where the Jews are among those who are, going out to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas. And New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and they look for new ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of a single fiat of, someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea, let's all do this, let's all tolerate difference, and all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern. They looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided upon. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is an especially important one before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not our topic today. So unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, and unlike the United States of America with, these are both 18th century examples with the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, things like that, there isn't like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. And let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of what to do with the Jews really came about. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for internal diversity as we see, of course, with figures like Uriel da Costa and shown here Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to have to focus on that a little bit, maybe in the next lecture. But for now, let's just set the scene for this 16th century debate that represents two poles of thought in Protestant Netherlands. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants in the Netherlands and how they want to relate to the Jews. I'm following the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Slechinski, who wrote in one of the classic works, A Composite History of the Jews in the Netherlands, that was recently reviewed and republished with new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Little Library in 2021. And with regards to the material on Martin Bucer in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article by Hastings Ailes, which was really great. You're going to see that. Okay, so who are these two figures that I'd like to look at? I'd like to look at first an individual named Martin Bucer, who lived between 1491 and 1551. Very important Protestant Reform thinker. Originally a Dominican monk, but after he met Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, in 1518, he said, that's it, I'm leaving the church. He disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, he was, like Luther, excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic. And there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissenting movements, but it is only with Martin Luther in the early part of the century that this Protestant movement begins to explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, ultimately a lot of war as well, as this revolt against the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself in various movements. Now, Martin Bucer is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means bringing together different groups of religious values, but that means ecumenism without Jews, meaning like between Catholics and Protestants and things like that. He was especially active not in the Netherlands, but in Strasbourg, but his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at him. He was one of the early communicators or shapers of Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should relate to his Jewish population. This came about in the year 1538, when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgrave or Landgraf, he came from Hesse, Germany. He asked Martin Bucer, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in my region? And Martin Bucer formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important pole on these two extremes of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this was posed to Bucer was fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with his Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily offending this emerging Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, well, let's go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, an idea that was shaped by Augustine of Hippo in the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated, but in a subjugated state. And sometimes that's expressed in rather nasty forms, like in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, where Jews are required to wear a special badge. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the blood libel and host desecration charges. And after the Black Death of the 14th century, where Jews were burned alive, including this image in Strasbourg, where Bucer himself was active, you can go back to that kind of model. Or Philip's wondering, maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way, or was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence, it had basically 7 requests. They went as follows. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. Right? The guilds were very jealous of their rights, and demanded that only people who were within the guild could practice that profession. So the Jews realized they weren't really going to be able to challenge that, so they said, just let us do other things, any kind of stuff. We won't, become shoemakers if the shoemakers guild won't let us and so on. Secondly, um, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. They should be, held to the same standards as everybody else, and they should be, permitted to go through this. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which was one of the major elements of the Jewish economy some centuries back, but it had already been fading by the time we get to the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state, and the interest rate was regulated in some, which is not such a bad proposal. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to mete out punishment for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those requirements. This is also something we see, in the way the Kehillah structure was functioning anyways. Fifth, the Jews will be happy to pay a tax to the Landgrave, meaning to Philip himself. Right? So that was definitely a nice proposal, a petition that he liked. Six, and this is one that we're not sure, this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory sermons. This is something that we do see right up until the 18th century, really, that in some communities, Jews are required to attend church once a week, and attendance is taken, and they have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity, and it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through with some frequency in many different communities. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, saying that Jews should not be allowed to, engage in any kind of polemic, pushing back against Christianity. Okay, so anyways, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that Philip hoped that Bucer would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. They make sense. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestantism will deal with the Jews. If we look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on in his work, he published this book in 1523, dass Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sei, that Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Wow, that's a really interesting kind of title that seems to emphasize that Christians should, pay attention to Jews and their needs and so on, because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Seems like a good thing. However, this was written when Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a pretty severe change of heart, like a 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, Von den Juden und ihrer Lügen, about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical of the Jews. And so Luther himself seems to be originally very positively disposed towards the Jews, and then later, when they don't convert to his faith, he becomes really quite nasty. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel in the year 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions, right? So that doesn't sound like a good start for the Jews. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic. meaning Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic charge. It goes way back, even to Greek and Roman times, because Jews have certain club rules, if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food, or if you want to become a Jew, a male Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must hate everybody else as a result of these things. Third, Jews are condemned by God. Right? Nasty. Fourth, Jews should be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. 5, recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and the church, ignored the previous 4 principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise on those bases. So not a very auspicious beginning to the Castle Advice, and not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So basically, after these 5 principles, Bucer lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable for the Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that means. Secondly, they're only allowed to study the Bible. They are forbidden to study the Talmud. Right? There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as nasty as they are understood to be. So therefore, we've got to the Talmud. 3, no new synagogues. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Omar and Muslim lands that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. And finally, the same things we saw in Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the Castle Advice begins with 5 really strong religious injunctions. By the way, you'll recall the petition started with the economics and later added the religion. The Castle Advice says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have 3 additional rules. 1, Jews must be banned from finance, that's basically money lending, commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of the finance, meaning Jews can continue to lend money as long as it's completely supervised by the state in every detail. Second, Jews may not engage in any work unless it is, and this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Rothschild or a quote from the secondary source, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful. Wow, what kind of jobs are subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful? Several examples are listed: ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, lime burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and laundry. Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue, those occupations, and that's it. And third, Jews should pay a special tax for the privilege of living in these societies. So the whole thing was summed up by Rothschild saying, listen, if we were to do this right, we would expel the Jews from Protestant lands, like they had been expelled over the course of the last couple hundred years from many different parts of Catholic Europe. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, then these are the conditions we want. Pretty harsh, kind of medieval, strict ruling that takes everything that's worst about the pre-Protestant era and brings it forward into the future. Now, it happens that Philip said, wow, that's just way too harsh, and he rejected the Castle Advice. As we would say in Hebrew, Baruch Hashem, thank God. He said, that's just way too much. And remember, there's an economic motive here. I mean, the Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the local lords, so we should take advantage of them. Now, he still maintained a very close relationship with Bucer, primarily because Philip was also a very strongly anti-Catholic ruler. And by the way, the anti-Catholic sentiment is absolutely nasty. If you look at this remarkable woodcut that appeared during Philip's tenure, Philip apparently read it and was deeply pleased with it. He shows on the right a Pope, I believe it's Paul III, and he's issuing some kind of bill, and two German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass wind at the Pope, saying, "This is essentially what we think of your decrees." This is like pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out at that time. But there's an interesting kind of codicil that we should mention. The Jews kind of dodged a bullet because Philip would not approve this castle advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote, because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christine of Saxony. It was apparently a very, very unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, he ceased to be faithful to her. After a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, "Listen, we're doing this new thing, right? Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in bigamous relationships, but are Protestants allowed to do so? And by the way, when I read my Bible like a good Protestant, I go back and actually look at the text itself, I see that Abraham had multiple wives, Jacob had multiple wives, so why not Philip?" And he had in mind in particular Margareta von der Sale, who was an associate of his current wife. He basically coerced both Bucer and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 more kids with Margareta von der Sale as well. When the scandal of this broke in the population, reflected poorly on all of them. But nevertheless, this is kind of like the compromises that Bucer had to make to try and have his connection to royalty as well. But the overall message here, this is the one extreme pole where the vision of the Jewish place in the Netherlands is decidedly negative, that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond chimney sweeping and digging the trains and things like that. And thankfully, that was rejected as being not economically viable. Now, on the other side of the coin, also happening in the same century, there was remarkable work by Dirk Volker Sturm Coornhert, fascinating individual, really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus van der Conscientenvrijheid. I hope I said that right, which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience in 1582. Very unusual work. But what's his background? First of all, it's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was, at 17 years old, he married a woman who was aged 29, 12 years his senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and ended their support of him. So he ended up becoming initially a copper engraver. He had some artistic talents. And he ended up becoming an all-around kind of intellectual. He translated Latin classics into Dutch. He wrote plays and poetry. He got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. And one of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as being a unique early beacon of tolerance, this Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And it was a fictitious synod. Synod is normally like a gathering of experts to discuss some important topic, and it was modeled on and kind of like reflective of a church synod that had happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which he recorded the minutes of in this book, and it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi in Spain to depict the debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before the king of the Khazarians. That's the book, the Kuzari. So Coornhert also used a similar kind of device in the sense that here's a synod and all these characters speaking in like a play format, a dialogue format about their respective views. And the hero of it is one particular individual who happens to be Jewish, Gamliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament, in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 through 39. Interesting discussion there of his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity. Have a look there if you're curious about the context. And basically, Gamliel, who is probably modeled, at least in Acts, not so much in Kornhut, but in Acts, on Rabban Gamliel, the great Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, who is actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamliel would have taken, but nevertheless, there is some political license here, or poetic license, that the scripture is perfect. And of course, Kornhertz Gamliel means the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect, but people can misinterpret it. People can make mistakes reading it, and we are unable to discern whose reading is ultimately correct. Given this uncertainty as to who is reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other's differences. That's the basic thesis of this amazing work, really. And we go through all kinds of issues. Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points, and Gamliel goes on to say, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons, and wouldn't it be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to follow their conscience. Of course, the entire book is about religious conscience. He advocated a total freedom of conscience. He advocated for, no boundaries between religions to allow people to convert at will. And by the way, it was still illegal to convert to Judaism at this time, although it did happen from time to time with a certain amount of scandal. And he also advocated the removal of all censorship, that everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind of idea they wanted. This was really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that it's 200 years before we get to even the discussion of something like the First Amendment in American politics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of a gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews in their midst. And in many ways, he's something of an intellectual hero and patron of the Jews for that reason. We should put this all into the context, and we should understand the 16th century is a period of tremendous change. It is a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates Northern Europe. There's armed military conflict as a result of the church reacting to this change and Counter-Reformation and so on. There's a lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including, for our purposes, those Portuguese new Christians who represent a really unsettling new element in the Netherlands. There's tremendous amount of economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that as a great maritime economy of commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. So the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out how do we find ourselves between these two poles of medieval exclusionism and an almost postmodern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for, I think, a few more at this point in time. But if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and maybe some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the kosher riverboat cruises to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century, and it has so many fascinating little bits of, wow. I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning, there's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Juden castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in, although we do have one interesting document, 1344, that has some Hebrew annotations as well, that basically repeats the key data that's mentioned in Latin there. Probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emile Uverlot. His years are 1846 to 1929. I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Notes et documents sur les Juifs de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published it in the very prestigious journal Revue des Études Juives, essentially the Review of Jewish Studies, in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. Don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, you see it's got this interesting. This is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with payos, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, and you can see it's also written down there on the bottom in Hebrew, Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, and then Yoel, and then a strange word, Golcha, which he translates as Jacob, and then the abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, he renders as son of the saint, or son of the Holy One. The Hebrew word would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which would be a very typical way for Jews to sign their names. A man, the son of his father, is a typical way to sign a name. What is this title? Kadosh, or holy? It's not that common. But when you figure out the dates, and you say that this document is from 1378, 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. Maybe that's a place name. Maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr, someone who died al Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death. 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic attack in the context of the Black Death. Could be, we don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that Emil Uverlo found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish graveyard. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about 1.5 feet down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And here you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, right in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of human graves, human remains, and this remarkable stone. Let's look at this in greater detail. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's written in very fine block Hebrew print, Assyrian print. Thankfully, you can read most of it, but Emil Overler provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with this strange word, nefutachat, which means engraved. Okay. Even echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echad, or one, is misspelled because the word even, stone, is an irregular feminine, meaning in Hebrew it appears to be a masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in a, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read even achat with a taf. So that's interesting. Why would there be fairly obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community, high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in Hebrew, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it or people will let it slide. I don't know. It's interesting. But let's go on with the text. It reads, Vehi mitzvah l'rosh marat Rivka bat Reb Moshe. And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, rendered in the feminine, stands at the head of Marat Rivka. Marat is an honorific title. We would translate this into English as something like Madam or Mrs., perhaps. But it's strange because typically, if you're going to use Marat, you would also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married, because she's not mentioned in her deceased husband's not mentioned either. And this is amplified by what's going to come a little later. At any rate, she is the daughter of Reb Moshe. Her father's name is Moshe. Sheniftara b'shem, and she died with a name. Now, if you look at the stone, and Overler writes about this, it seems to be written Bishav with a veit at the end of the word rather than a final mem. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time and the difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very end of the line. The letters are very similar except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense than Bishav. Bishav would mean something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word B'Shem, which would mean with a name, meaning she died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Marat, meaning, Mrs. or Madam, that did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from the people who put this together. And then it says the year Shnat Chameshet Alpayim V'Shish Asar V'Prat, which is the year in 5016 in the Hebrew counting from the beginning of creation, right, the Anno Mundi, but in the Christian calendar, it will be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died in, so that's why it's one of the two, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the.
Oh, you made it fall. Okay, you're right. Okay. Oh, is it just? That's fine. Bring me the screen. You gotta give me the screening. I know you sent it to me. Send it to me in the message. Okay. Lesson I got from you says URAD doesn't know how to join your VC. You sent it to the one that we've been communicating. I'll just I just have that whole agreement. Perfect. Okay. And okay, so he should have a friend request for me. Can you tell him to check and see if we get his friend requests? If he's having trouble joining, just send him the Discord link that I just sent you. All he has to do is click that, press join voice, and
Secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights on the bottom, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like to calculate a numerical value or something like that. But overload does not help us out with what this might mean here. And it says, the Nocha B'Gan Eden, and her rest is in the Garden of Eden. It's a fascinating reference, opens up so many questions. But what is really, I think, most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It predates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see from the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands, and we've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've never been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling, modern Jewish community. Very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 made it into Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And then after that, many of them living as Christians for already a generation by this time, they begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt, to varying degrees, their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time.
That airmail World Series, it starts tomorrow. But I read somewhere somebody was excited for it tonight. So apologies for that. How you doing, big dog? How was it? Did you get to say hi to everybody and your friends? Is he the one with the child or that's somebody else? Yeah. Cool. Okay. How's he doing? We had nothing super exciting here, but I first have to say, you have to always get updates from my fantasy football team. But again, I have to say, it goes to the joke. The only person caring how your fantasy football team is you. But you will see in the future, this will be a very famous fantasy football team. So if any fantasy football team you watch, it's this one. So what happened? The other guy had two players play, and he sucked absolutely good. So that's one. That's a good start. I have a 75% chance of winning. So that's So we've had a bunch of people in here, not a bunch, but a good amount. How many? I don't know, like a dozen. How many at one time? Maybe like five, like 4 or 5. And what did we talk about? Some guys came in from the 8 Ross Street, just kind of like needed some self improvement and some motivational talk, and they didn't know about the seduction world and pickup artistry. And I used to be a member of yeah, exactly, of a member of multiple pickup layers, and so I just gave him a basic breakdown, talked to him about his coach anxiety and um, direct approach, indirect approach. It was like a very basic, but here's the thing, very basic stuff. But here's the thing, it changes the way that you think. Like I remember when I learned about the game, I was like, oh no way. There's like a higher level of intelligence that's going on in the world that I'm not aware of, or I'm not paying attention to. And I was fortunate. This was like 20 years ago when I first found out about it. So but it was kind of just this like book that was passed around that was like, lore, basically. You didn't give it to everybody. And I remember I got a PDF. I read it on a plane, and I was like, oh, okay, so this is what it's about. But also, it was like, this is kind of how to be a douchebag too. But it's like, oh, this is this is this is why this shit sort of works. Okay, so I gave him that breakdown. And what did he do? Then there's a guy who just came in with a It's a friend of his from church who used to bring him. I got the translator ready for him. What else? So he should be in. He's been in a couple times tonight. His Turkish friend has had some connectivity issues. What else? Dude, the people in this Myers Playhouse are very, very nice. And I just, like I'm gonna spread positivity away. And so every once in a while, I literally manually, or just not even because I'm trying to get VC experience or anything, just send positive vibes. And everybody fucking loves that. Some people are like, fuck you, but other people are like, thank you so much, Rabbi, we really appreciate it. We hope you're having a good day and all that other shit. And so that's good. And what else? We gotta have something amazing that's happening. We really, I don't say it as much as I once did, but my like full-time fucking job is making sure these bots are going 24/7. And but I got them down to where I don't know, they're not perfect, but they do exactly what I needed to do. When Ori or any other streamer can say everybody knows about you, well, thank you, Jitbit Macro Report, because that's the reason people really know about that. What else do you have going on today? I've been watching these lectures. I listen to these lectures. I've heard them a lot, and I never fully comprehend everything. They're so annoying. Oh, I understand. Oh, I completely understand. Right. Certainly. Well, this is how you get it. Yes, the best way. That's it's like, you're not seeing it either, but just, I mean, at least what I do. Sure, it's just Professor Henry Abramson. Yeah, it's a he's a professor at Troy University, and that's what we watch. And yep, and I really enjoy watching his lectures, and especially when people come in here and uh, they're like, yeah, this shit is great, and yeah, he's got a lot of content. Some of it is premium, but like his series on biographies and so on and so on. This is what I watch. This is what I enjoy doing. People ask me, "What do you like to do?" Like my favorite, my absolute favorite thing is when no one is in here. I shouldn't say that. People can be in here like you are in here, but just silent, doing their own shit, and but not where I'm having to like fight off people or fucking anything. It's just I'm able to listen and chill and be on my phone. And that's literally what everybody fucking wants. I saw this meme the other day, and it kind of has changed my life. It's well, I heard two things. Well, one's a meme and one's a saying. I really like the show Mad Men. You know Mad Men? Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely like a top 5 show of all time. It's really so phenomenal. I mean, people say that about a lot of things. I'll tell you, like people said about The Sopranos. I could throw that up there. People say about like I could throw that up there, but it's like that good. It's like a generation. It's like Breaking Bad or something like you gotta see it. But and it's just got something. It's got so many good people in it. But one of the things that they say in it, there are so many good quotes. Oh, I love this one. Anyway, and the people are so delicious. Anyway, one of the things that they say in it is happiness is that feeling that you have before you need what you have. If you think about that, like super deeply, well, what does that mean? Happiness is that feeling of comfort or content before you feel like you need something else. The second that you need something else, you're no longer happy. Generally, and like they have lines like that are just fucking cool. Okay, yeah. But you're not thinking about it. It's the idea that when your mind is not thinking about it, then you're displaying contentedness, you're happy. But so yes. So the statement is happiness is that feeling that you get right before you run out of money. So it's like if there's this other theme that I've seen. Let me see if I can find it. It's this other one that I've seen that actually I think is absolutely fucking brilliant. And I see these things, and it's like I'm gonna fucking quote that 30 fucking years from now, something, or whatever. Okay, so it's The Simpsons, which, as you know, The Simpsons really, really deep, right? And has a lot of things that it's never gonna be canceled. They're gonna be able to put out just upteen versions of it, and they can just do it with AI and all that other Simpsons. They don't have to pay any character. And the Simpsons, or it should be Simpsons, Homer Simpson, ouch. So uh, this this meme is Homer Simpson computer. All right. I don't know if you're going to be able to see, but it's a picture of Homer Simpson, and he's sitting on that couch. He's literally dreaming, or even just actually couch, exactly. And it's like this infinite loop that explains like perfect happiness, where he's literally doing what he wants to do. If you can get to that point in like meditation or in life, super deep. I fucking love that. Yeah. And you would never think that like that would happen. Totally. I think people are like, Jen, and I can think when my life was normal and not live streamed, and I was a very social person, and I was in a lot of different groups, um, everything from work to school to civic organization, and how I like that, but also I fucking hate it. I mean, there are some things that, and everybody, if they really wanted to be honest with you, they would say that. But there are some parts like when I'm with friends, or if, absolutely. Sometimes I just want to be by myself. There's a management principle known as the coin analogy, where basically, like whenever like, okay, when you wake up in the day, this start with 100 coins. Just, um, just um, um, as an example. And you go about your day, and let's say you live in a normal day, and you have kids, and like your kids will take, like in the morning, they'll take like 10 coins from you, or 20 coins from you, maybe 50 coins from you, or the kid didn't do his homework, and now it's 70 coins from you. Whatever it is. Then you get to work, and all these people ask you questions, and maybe your boss yells at you, that takes away 5 coins. But you're able to help somebody to gain some knowledge. Maybe you pick up 2 or 3 coins. And basically, by the end of the day, you started with 100 coins, and you might have 0 coins, and you're like absolutely um, drained. You don't want to get to that point. So what you do is, instead of people just pulling from you all of the time, you can, and it's a really important point. There he is. We've been fucking waiting for you for weeks, man. For weeks. We celebrated Canadian Thanksgiving. We celebrated fucking the 4-month anniversary of the first bear scare. How you living, Tim? That's right. I thought we were gonna have to de-extinct rice. Dude, dude, can I say this? Rice. Normally, let me just say this. I hate just about everything that anyone ever sends me. But you guys send me some stuff that isn't total dog shit. But sometimes you guys send me shit That is fucking amazing. And as you can see, you sent me something. Well, you sent me a few things that were like that. And I won't go into our DMs, but I will go into with Riser because Riser sent me his Balthazar towel. But he sent a picture of it, and it was fucking amazing. It has a little bit of element 115 in it, obviously, but all right, we have match on the bench. I have a bench on the bench. Okay. Riser, are you ready? Spencer, are you ready? It is. No, I Yay! Excellent. Okay, I'm going to send you the invitation. It's for the Riser, the Caspian Sea. You know from whom I haven't heard in a little while? Not like that long, but I haven't heard from Jacob recently. Normally he's in once every 2 or 3 or 4 days. And at least on my YouTube, he's the only person, I believe, who has commented consistently ever on my YouTube channel. And but I haven't heard from him. I hope he's doing okay. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Riser, are you excited for your shot? That's looking like an excellent shot. Excellent shot. Excellent shot. And you even help SPC give him that. Look at Caspian Sea with that beautiful shot. Look at this shot. What are you going to worry about, son? What are you going to worry about me? Oh, he's coming after. Oh, he got Caspian Sea. How did he? That's bullshit. Water bucket. What do you think of that shot? I don't have Zoom here to rate it. He's going to try water bucket. Look at this shot. What do you think of this? Not good if it doesn't hit that thing. Oh, good. If it wouldn't have hit that thing, it would have been a terrible shot. As you can see, going for one of the greatest shots ever. Too short. I can just tell you right now, you need more. You need more on this. You need more on this. 100%. Go at 100%, dog. No, 100%. Oh, if you want to do that, that's not what you wanted. As you can see, that's all right. You can knock your ball into the hole. Wow. Riser hitting 0 points. That's a rarity for Riser. Riser usually comes out fucking swing, but with he is truthfully a little rusty. Are you fucking serious? Oh wow. Oh wow, was that a fucking beauty? Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, this is dirty. Wow, it's fucking up. Riser. How do we all fucking up so bad? Bad shot. It's so easy. Eric has been knock out some of those fucking grapes, dog. That's a good shot. Yeah, that's a good shot. This is a damn bad shot. There you go. Yeah. Dude, we're gonna give Riser a chance to win. He can pretty easily bank it. He can pretty easily bank this. He fucked up. I don't know what this is. Why would you do that? That's a good shot. Like the throw. Which one's cool? Is it on the left? I meant to do it. That's an interesting shot. Beautiful shot. That was a YouTube channel. Big time. If you don't understand that joke, you should know that it's a stereotype of the people from Newfoundland aren't that smart, and I had to teach that to Kaiser, but I also taught him that I want that to change in the future. That in the future, I want people who are like known. Cascade just runs fucking cool. Oh, that was a big cut, right there. All right, last hole going into a tie. I don't like this. But boys, this is a good putt. This is a great putt. Good luck, kids. Not what I wanted, but pretty close. I'll take it. I think everybody here will take that putt. Okay, let's see it dialed in, Mr. Fucking Wizard. Let's see it fucking dialed in, dog. Let's see it dialed in. We're all excited for this dialed in shit. Watch this asshole fucking put it in a pink. That was fucking wow. Very impressive. No, you aren't. That was amazing. Oh shit. We are giving. I think it did. So did that. I love how fucking cocky you are, yet you're not even fucking close to the hole. Now you could be a lot cockier. Let's see it. Wow. Wow, you. That's Labradorian. Because it took so long. Ooh, this is interesting. What do we do? Peace out to your. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know if that's that bad. I don't know if that's that bad. No, it's not that bad. You have to get rid of a lot of shit now. Oh shit! And we're not gonna get a point. As gets it rocking. No, yeah, there you go. That's our only shot. Oh, he did it! He did it! Caspian Sea saved the game. Caspian Sea saved the game. Caspian Sea with the most high IQ, Newfie, Labradorian shot I've ever seen. That was the greatest shot I've ever seen. Oh my, was that the greatest shot? That was by far the greatest shot not to go in the hole I've ever seen to fuck up somebody. Oh my. So Caspian Sea and I won, and you fucked yourself because Caspian Sea had absolutely the best fucking damage to your fucking plan I've ever seen. He fucking torpedoed your submarine, dog. He sunk your battleship. So how do you feel about that? You know what was so amazing about that? Is literally you were talking so much shit. You're like, there's no way I could ever lose. And remember when you guys were talking about how you were going to win? And not only did you lose, but both of us won. I mean, it was just, it was like a complete reversal of emotion, which makes for a really interesting game. The fact that one little movement of your ball went from you winning to both of us winning. Has been season. Are you done? Oh, here, there he is. He's ready. Dude, I fucked up. I always fuck that up. Please be sure. Now that's a good shot. Now that's a good shot. Welcome, welcome, baby. How are you, dog? You're welcome, Casper. Maybe if you wonder, we're playing a game. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Murat?
Hey, Mo, how are you?
I'm lovely. Here, I have a little Turkish translator. I'm going to do my best to welcome you.
Okay.
I hope you're having a wonderful day. We're currently playing mini golf right now. We're glad that you're here. We're glad that you were able to find the Discord. How's your day?
Umarım harika bir gün geçiriyorsunuzdur. Şu anda mini golf oynuyoruz. Burada
Excellent.
olduğunuz için mutluyuz. Discord'u bulabildiğiniz için mutluyuz. Gününüz nasıldı?
Oh, yes, I can see you. Hello, pleasure to meet you. So I stream my life 24 hours. Hello. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I don't want war anymore on Earth. I don't want any more war anywhere in the universe. I've been streaming my life live 24/7 for more than 3 years. This is the most amount of data ever uploaded to the internet in global history. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, and I'm making it true today. I have my life 24/7, 365 from 8 different angles for more than 3 years, essentially creating the largest time capsule in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Additionally, some of the things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed in general society are things like antimatter, anti-gravity. We talk about life extension technology. I want you to know both AB and Murat. I don't think you're going to die. And if you're like, Rabbi, what do you mean you don't think that we're going to die? With life extension technology, we're going to be able to get you to age 80, age 100, age 120. With things like stem cells, with things like cryogenics, with things like human growth hormone and cold shock therapy and perhaps ambrosia therapy and other types of technology. But eventually your bodies are going to give out. And when your bodies give out, that's when we're going to perhaps, if you want, utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Essentially, the future is yours, and you can live forever if you want, and essentially, and digital immortality. And I want you to know that I think you will both be able to afford it in the future for cryptocurrency. You may be like, Rabbi, what do you mean? I don't have any cryptocurrency. I'm skeptical of cryptocurrency. And I'm not selling you any cryptocurrency, no. But I want you to know I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 EU. That's what all this stuff is. When I started with this, it was worth less than a penny, and it's worth like 33 cents now. So that means it's had a 33x at least. and people are really getting rich on it. And so, what does that mean? I have more data than any person ever. So I know that I'm perhaps in the future may be able to monetize this data. Right.
You're interrupting the speech. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. You're at. Say whatever you like. Go ahead. You're good. You're good. Say whatever you like. Hey, I heard about this. I can make clips for you. You're on. I can make clips for you. I know about his content. I know about his contest, and I can help you. Ask me and see, make you aware of his contest, and I will help you. I'll watch your stream, and I can make clips for you. Most certainly, if you'd like. Absolutely. Excellent. Absolutely. When I join your stream, I'll let you know it's me, and you can make me a moderator at that time. Absolutely. But in the meantime, I'll make as many clips for you as I can, and then hopefully you win. It seems like a really cool opportunity. And I wanted you to know I joined your Discord as well. And you should know you have a very good friend in AB. AB is a very good friend. Mira, I didn't know. That's okay. Well, just I'm gonna watch him in 2 hours or so, and I'll make clips for him as best I can, and hopefully he does really well in the contest, maybe. And yeah, thank you for telling me. Thank you for letting me be able to tell you about the press. Absolutely, absolutely. Maybe I'm here for you whenever you need me. Just let me know, okay? Riser, what's the percentage, big dog? Oh, that's very kind. Dude, it's not 80%. That was douche. I knew something was off, but I took your word. Oh wow, that was amazing. Look at that block. Look at that block. All right, Caspian Sea. Let's see what we got. That was not what you wanted. This is what I wanted to do. This is going to be. This I'm going to be Zoom. This is going to be one of the best shots you're ever going to see ever. This is my impression of Zoom. This is one of the best shots you'll ever see. This is my impression of Zoom. All right, I'll stop it. Oh wow, is that sushi? I think I could fuck the ball right here. He likes to know that isn't how to. Hit the ball so we don't have to wait. Okay, good. All right, you ready for this? Ready for this new high IQ? This would really be one of the best shots ever. Almost. You ready for this one? I'm gonna bounce it off the back wall. High IQ. High IQ. Oh, dude, that's the last hole? All right, well, I can cut Caspian Sea's done. All right, my favorite. I guess you're anti-nuke. You're like, you know what's interesting is that at least to the common American, Vancouver's seen as a very intelligent place, like the Silicon Valley of Canada. Newfoundland is seen as like not that smart, and in the future, I think both will be very smart because we will have a satellite campus of the University of Vancouver in Newfoundland. In fact, this actually is a really good idea. A really good idea, Kaiser. We should have the University of Newfoundland and the University of Vancouver, and they would be like really great on opposite ends of Canada than all the other good schools in the middle. But it would create like a really good like line across like below the Canadian shelf. Do you know about the Canadian shelf, Kaiser? Fuck you. No, it's called the Canadian shelf. It's like responsible for all kinds of geological information. Incorrect. This is a glacier system that I believe most recently receded 10,000 years ago. But this is what created Hudson Bay. It created the Great Lakes. It created, there's like an area, well, Riser may have referenced it. There's an area of Canada where like nothing grows. It starts to get to be tundra at a certain latitude. And you know what I'm referencing, Riser? Yeah. Yeah, all of Nineveh and all of the Northwest Territory. And fuck yeah, we talk about it all the time. It's the newest one, right? Oh no, I spell it the indigenous people way. Do you know that the term Eskimo, we talked about this in depth, is kind of like a hate term? So the proper term is Inuit, and um, the other one is Yupik, Inuit and Yupik. And if you talk about an individual person, like someone previously, like as an Eskimo, that's not, I don't know if you would have, but like people just, um, it's now, like I'm really into the Inuit people. Inuit singular, because Inuit is actually plural. So instead of saying like, hey, there's the E word, you would say um, Inuk, I-N-U-K. So an Inuk, you'd be like, hey, there's the Inuk, as opposed to, hey, there's the E word. And then there's also Yupik, Y-U-P-I-K. So there's Inuit and Yupik, and that is the Eskimo people. And about that, they are the people who inhabit Nineveh. Is this not correct, Riser? Well, I do, and we're going to learn all about it. Excellent. Here we go. Nineveh refers to the Inuit people traditionally inhabiting the Arctic and so on. Oh, I didn't know this. Nineveh is the word. Oh, this is like the word for the people. Okay, so Nineveh refers to Inuit people traditionally inhabiting the Arctic and subarctic regions. Okay, so there's the Inuvialuit living in the settlement region of Northwest Territories of Canada. There's Inuktitut, that's in Nineveh, Canada. So that's these people. Inuktitut, my Inuit is very good. One of the principal Inuit languages spoken in Eastern. Yeah, there are a bunch of them. And okay, we're gonna say shout out to the Inuks, which is an individual Inuit person. Shout out to the Inuit people. And then the other one we have to look up is Inuit and Year. It's like Yupik. So what is it? What? How do you? Okay, this is important. How do you refer to an individual Yupik person? I don't know. Okay. Okay. So it seems like we're gonna have to go to ChatGPT. We went to just grades. So if a singular Inuit person is known as an Inuk, I-N-U-K, and the Yupik people are people, what do you call an individual Yupik person? Yeah, okay. It okay. This should just be an analogy. Okay, so it should be in Inuk is Inuk is to Inuit as blank is to Yupik. Here we go. Inuk is to Inuit as Yupik is to Yupik. The singular form You pick refers to an individual, you pick or you pick it as a term to refer to. This is an interesting one, kids. We didn't know this. Learn something new every day. He did say that. He did say that. All right, so we've got the formerly E people. They are now, and let me just say this: it's a weird thing that there's like a team in Canada that goes by the E word, which is like seen as stereotypical. And oh, it's total. Dog, it's the most white person thing of all time. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true. It is derogatory. It means like meat eater. Dog. ChatGPT says it is considered outdated and potentially offensive, as it is often imposed by outsiders. Right. It's like, but only they can use it. It's like the N word. Dog, it's exactly that. It's ex- Let's just be honest here. Neither of us have ever met an Inuit person or a Yupik person. Hold on. New evidence has emerged. I did not know the depth. It absolutely does. Hey, man. And then so next time, I'm like checking out an igloo, which they don't all live in igloos either, but some of them do. Okay, so the next time that you're in that community, you could be like, "Hey, all my E friends," and they'll be like, "Yo, dog, what you doing?" Like, wait. I saw this Bigfoot documentary, and they're like, "Oh, you saw? Okay, is that how it's gonna work?" I do that, and I think that's actually, I think that's the way to do it in the future. Just I'm not going to use it. Yeah, and it will just be like this. Caspian Sea likes to go to the park. Caspian Sea likes to drink Kool-Aid. Caspian Sea likes to look at the sun, and it's not going to be like he or any of that other shit. I'll say Caspian Sea does it in the future. I'll, no, I would say the first. Why wouldn't we just say Caspian Sea again? No, you just keep using Caspian Sea, and nobody thinks that's weird. That's how you do it. That's how you change language to not be pronouns. That's how it was done for the first 700 years of English before pronouns were even introduced. Me, I'm Sense and Sensibility. Me, baby, I'm gonna Mr. Darcy myself into this study. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Yo, dog, Riser, what'd you do with Zoom? Riser, what did you think of my Riser? I didn't get a chance to ask you in real life or whatever this is. What did you think of my interview with Ori? Did you hear me? Dog, please fucking watch it. Dog, you will have watched it 100 fucking times by then. Please watch it. You didn't even fucking know, man. This interview is the thing. I love it. I love it when people. Hold on. Everybody, shut the fuck up. I love it when people get fucking snarky and fucking confident, and I'm just able to whip my dick in front of them. Dude, this interview is the thing that made Eddie Craven, the fucking owner of Kick, be my friend on Discord. And how did I get him to be my friend on Discord? Apparently, because Riser's too fucking busy with his fucking life of taking a break from his break. He has no time to watch his friend's interview. So I will have to summarize. I am able to find in the Kick sign-up process an error. And we document 5 different videos, and we send it to Eddie, and he then accepted my friend request from this. How do you like that? I mean, no, truthfully, I didn't think I could run up my other one, but I did. And the reason why is because I'm able to document that if you sign up, Riser, for Kick right now, there's like a 50-50 chance that it works. There's a very good chance that it'll just show you unknown error, and nobody knows why it does that. Great question. Ori has said that his viewers get that issue as well, the same exact error. It says unknown error. So I'm not the only person who experiences this. And here's the weird thing about it, right there. I have a video where it works. I have a video where it works, but the error shows, and then I have videos where it doesn't. So you would think that it would just be something that I'm doing, but I do have 3 different devices and I run into this issue. And so I'm pretty sure that it's platform wide. But why would they allow it to work sometimes then? And why would Ori's viewers have issues with it? Like literally in the interview, I'm like, yeah, we run into this unknown issue. And Ori says, yeah, my viewers run into the same issue where they try to perform a function and it says unknown error. I don't know why. And he's like, and the thing is, and he doesn't know about this because he wouldn't let this happen. And I really agree. If he knew that it was an issue, he wouldn't let it happen. I've seen how this guy operates. He runs a weekly call, and all he does for 3 hours in the middle of the night in Australia is find out about all the problems that are going on the app. But there aren't that many. I mean, he's just got to tighten these things up. But overall, he's got a really great platform. Dog, he owns it. He's a billionaire. Where in the fuck are you? He owns the biggest house in Melbourne, Australia. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why you should watch this fucking video, not wait 2 fucking months. You should watch it now, and you'll see why. Because I fucking here, I'll show you. Pardon me? Yes. Wait. What was this analogy you just said? It was like the people up to you and then shaking hands with the person. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It would be like George W. Bush and Osama bin Laden having fucking breakfast together. Which is actually really fucking weird that I say that because Osama bin Laden's family was having dinner or was having brunch with George Herbert Walker Bush's company, the Carlyle Group, on 9/11. So kind of like that actually did happen, except it was just one removed from the family. So yeah, I guess Eddie Craven and I are kind of like Bush 43 and OBL. Hey man, I'm whatever. I just want this fucking platform to go. But oh yeah. In fact, they even say in the fucking interview, or he says, Aiden Ross knows who you are, Eddie knows who you are, everyone on Keith knows who you are, you're a celebrity. Those are his words, those are not my words. I agree with them though. I mean, look, you guys know how big a celebrity I am. I'm talking to you two people right now. But you know that, or at least I know that if you ask anybody on Kick who Rabbi is, they know. I mean, he accepted my friend request. If you watch the video, I'm very nice to him. I tell him I'm going to make him a trillionaire. Like, I have more data than any person ever. If I'm going to stream on it anywhere, it's going to be on Kick. If I gamble on anywhere, it's going to be on Steam. I mean, if you look at my account, I have so much fucking social media, but also one of my regular accounts is Morongo Casino, which is a fucking local casino in Southern California. And, like, this guy knows that I will fucking gamble a lot. Not that I have a gambling issue. You guys see, I don't fucking gamble on anything. The biggest thing that you've ever seen me even consider gambling on is the fantasy football league. But it's not like I'm gambling on the games or anything. That was just a single thing. But I would like to gamble in the future. I mean, that's a good point too. But so is just breathing. So is living. But so I don't really have an issue with it so long as my career doesn't rely on gambling. But yeah, so if you really want to know, you're missing out on it. I would say an even better interview than what I had with Sam Bond. And I've got to be honest with you, that was one of the best interviews I could have provided. I mean, I answered all his questions. I was able to do a bunch of shout outs. I was able to do a bunch of shout outs on this one too. And what makes it really good is I then can clip those shout outs and upload that to different people's Reddits so that it's like this would be using a lot of different. Oh, and I didn't tell you. Also, Kick banned the interview. So they what happened was Ford was streaming it. He ended the video. I was able to get the recording uploaded to YouTube before Kick was able to take down their video. So it's a banned video, which makes it all the much cooler. If you're like, well, why is it a banned video? Because I show how to fucking create bots and like log in their fucking website and show them that shit is broken. That's not something you want to focus on. No, actually, that's one of the coolest things about Kick is if you're banned on the Kick platform, you can still be interviewed by other people on Kick. How cool is that? That is not the same on YouTube or Twitch. Dude, I was doing it with Caspian C. Caspian C would be streaming on Kick, and he had it in his fucking description, like just chilling with Rabbi. And so I was able to get my tentacles in here 100% right. I'm everywhere, baby. Yeah, dude, but that's years away. And everyone will certainly know about me by then. So that's cool. Dog, his name is Eddie Craven. He's the owner. He owns 80% of it. He sold, I think, 20% of it to Aiden Ross, or gave him 20%. No, he only owns 20% of it. Eddie owns the rest. Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. And you're over here jerking yourself off like, well, what have you been doing? Dog, watch my fucking interview. I not only sent it to you, but I would have an expectation you would have watched it by now. Dog, I don't. Dog, dog, dog. I know. I went from 100 air to billionaire discussions very quickly. My inbox went from, hey, do you want me to redesign? We're working on it, dog. We're taking Newfies to the next level. Actually, Newfoundland, especially if climate change over the course of the next like 500 years is like, if the earth does get a little bit warmer, Newfoundland will be even more beautiful. You know they have puffins in Newfoundland? Yeah, no, I doubt that, but it might be warm. But yeah, so no, I didn't, but I did mention. What did I mention? Uh, I mentioned the Darien Gap. I mentioned the Bering Strait Tunnel. I mentioned the Equal Rights Amendment. I mentioned Bob Lazar. I mentioned Element 115. I mentioned anti-gravity. I mentioned the top. I mentioned the top 50 streamers on Kick. I mentioned the top 50 gaming YouTube channels, and I mentioned like the top 20 Twitch people. I mentioned then another like 30 or so Kick streamers, maybe 15 Kick streamers or so. And then what else did we talk about? We talked about well, I document where Kick had some issues. I mean, here's a quick summary. It starts with Ori saying like, dude, everybody knows about Emphatic on the show, and I give him a room tour. I then show him where that kick hat was broken. We have a very serious conversation. Like that kick could be very, very successful if it fixes these things. It's like they're wondering why they don't have more users, and you have to see where there are bottlenecks in your sign up process, and it's exactly here. So it needs to be improved. And if you're like, well, maybe that's just your devices, then it should either never work for me or it should always work for me. It shouldn't be like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work, at least from their end. And so that's a really important aspect that we're able to document. And then what do we talk about? We talk about life extension, all that shit that I talk about with everybody. And then what do we talk about? There's a girl there. And when I start talking about for the Equal Rights Amendment, and also that I don't think that women should be discriminated against because of their skin, no matter where it is, whether it's like a male nipple or a female nipple, we can't tell the difference. So I don't think that they should lose their accounts for that. This girl stands up and she's like, yeah, he did. And the girl definitely agreed. She went from totally muted and wasn't saying anything in the call to coming on the call and clapping. So why don't you just watch it? If you would literally watch the interview, you would know all this stuff. It's a really good interview. I mean it. I would tell you this. If I didn't want you to see the interview, I would say, tell you about how we did it. And it has almost as many interviews as Sam Bobby. Well, we're working on it. We're working on it. And Zoot's going to help me with that. But, and I told Little Punk this. I said, Little Punk, I called Lil. I said, listen, Lil, before I do an interview with you, Riser has to watch my interview with Ori. He said, for sure. He said, absolutely, no doubt. And so we're waiting on you, big dog. You know what? Ori says. Well, I tell Elon Musk to buy Harry Potter by my side a few times, and Ori says that we have a young Elon Musk with us right now. He thinks very highly of me. Like literally, he is. No, I think he's 24. Oh, wait, no. Ori. Eddie Craven, he might be 20. Ori's the person who does the interview, Rob. Dog. Just watch the interview. I have Eddie in my DMs as a friend on Discord. If you want to know how we got there, watch the interview. Literally, just watch the fucking interview. Like, it's in the title. Like, literally, just watch the interview and you'll be like, oh, I feel like an absolute dumbass for asking who's Ori. Just please watch the interview. No, you won't. But I keep saying, just watch the interview and know exactly who Ori is. And you're like, as I said previously, but you didn't catch it. Ori is the person who does the interview. No, don't judge my covers, man. Just listen to what we talk about. You're already coming into it like, oh, it's so negative. You're not having a discussion with a billionaire. No, you're judging people by you're judging books by covers. Don't do that. Just it's Eddie Craven. Dog, we talk. Dog, just watch it. You guys get this. In the future, people will be looking at the newfie over here, Rabbi Rothschild, talking to the. Now, what can we use as a negative term? No, because I want that to be smart too. I want everything in Canada to be smart, especially the younger siblings. I want everywhere on earth to be smart. So I don't want to say like, oh, there's that, like, that's where not smart people come from because I don't want to stereotype anyone. All right. Dog. If that's how you watch an interview, then just don't even try. I'm not even going to summarize anything. I'll tell you what I'm interviewing. Just watch the interview. It will tell you everything that you need to know. Like, I've scanned through it. I don't know who this person is. Like, literally, I feel like this. I'm a teacher, and I'm like, okay, you have a book. Here it is. You need to do a book report. And you're like, okay, well, I looked through the whole book, and I don't know what to do. It's like, just read the book. And yeah, I know, but I scan the back of it, and I look at the table of contents, and I look at the bibliography page, and it's like, dog, just read the fucking book. I know, but it's not in the bibliography. It's not in the table of contents. It's not on the copyright page. It's not on the interior cover nor the exterior cover. I don't really know what to do. It's like, dog, just read the fucking book. Just watch the interview. I don't know who Eddie Craven is. Eddie Craven? No, I don't know. He's in my fucking DMs. That's what I'm saying. He is. Here, I'll show you this. Which I said like 1,000 times. I said this guy is in my DMs, and you're like, all right. So who's Ori? Like, dude. Just watch the interview. All right, so if you want to see what his DMs look like, this thing, it looks like. No, I never said that. I absolutely never said that. Dog, I am on camera. I know exactly what I fucking said. Dog, I'll rewind it right now. I'll fucking rewind this shit right now. Just one moment. It's a whole bunch of work, but we're gonna fucking do it just because you can't fucking listen. I never said I've ever talked to him. I said we are friends on Discord. How don't you know who Ori is? Everybody knows who Ori is. No, I never said that. I never said that. Dodge. I know you think I said that. I think that's correct. Do you want? I can tell you this with this kind of confidence. Do you want me to go back to the streams and find it? No, okay. I was gonna say it will take me a little while. All right. I am watching it. It's hilarious. It's up. All right. So, do I ever speak to him? No. But he is my friend in Discord now. So I got that going for him, which is nice. I already sent him a message. I sent him the interview with Ori and said, hey, take a look at this. Here's what I actually said. Right? There you go. So I can tell you why this guy didn't want to like me at first. Because I sent him this huge fucking email like a long time ago. I sent him a message like a long time ago with like my ID in it. Like, who the fuck is in like all this weird shit? I don't want to say weird shit. It's what I said to everybody. It's like a serious picture of me. It's like if you've ever seen my blog, it's those pictures. So I sent him that, and then recently I said, "Hi Eddie, it's a pleasure to be your friend. Please watch the video where Ori and I document the consistent silent process there. If you'd like further information, please let me know. I want to help you make Kick into the best platform possible. Please let me know if I can ever be of assistance to you, and I will do my best to help. Thank you for your consideration." And then I said, "This fire is fuck, baby. I'm We'll do what got me. I used to have gotten Yeah. I've watched it, and it just seems like I absolutely think that stuff like that is great, but AI is going to be able to do it so quickly in the future that it's like, why even take the time? Yeah, and basically, like anything that you want, video wise, is going to be able to be created with prompts, can already be created with prompts, and so to learn how to do any of that animation or anything is, I don't want to say pointless, it's not. It's a good skill to have, but it's a skill that's not going to be in demand at all in the future because computers will be able to do that so quickly, instantly. Exactly correct. Yes. Did I? Was this on Reddit? I think I saw this. Somebody's doing this. Oh, no, no, no. They're doing something different. Apologies, no, it's something different. They're doing the news like that. So basically, they just are having news anchors be AI, and they can tailor the news to individually. So I don't think that'll be too hard to do with children's shows. So I think they're fucking. I think they are absolutely fucking phenomenal. I will say most like people will rip on AI like, oh look at the hands and it's got 6 fingers. Dog, 10 years ago we weren't even close to this, and now all you have to do is type like 3 or 4 words into a computer and it comes out with a whole video. It's fascinating. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's getting better and better. Oh, here's something that I saw, which is really interesting. Oh, what? I think I figured it would be, but no, I didn't. I figured it was like a collectible action figure, like one of those things that you would buy. Dude, did you know that? You don't know this, but like um, the the test, it's called the sport model through there's a company called Tester, something like that. Tester models. It's the top selling model of all time of any type of car, boat, plane, any sport model. It's the all-time best-selling model of all time. So, of ever. And if I have to say any more into the future, whatever, it's the best-selling one. So, to think that it's an action figure of him might have a certain segment of the population that would like. I mean, if you watch this fucking interview with Ori, I say to Ori, Ori, do you know who Bob Lazar is? And he's like, of course I know who Bob Lazar is. Like, why you fucking? I have everybody who knows anything about anything knows about it. Well, shout out to Bob Lazar. Everything that he's done. He's just phenomenal. What do? I advocate for learning about higher levels of chemistry. Yes, people know about helium and hydrogen, but they don't know about further intensity. I'm an advocate. And frankly, that's all fascinating shit. I don't know why you're not watching it right now. It it disappears like basically instantaneous. Right. So there's a way to make it stable. There's a way to make it stable. Pretty close, yeah. I love Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is a hero, potentially. Potentially. And he's a hero. He's been consistent all these years. And another thing that I really like about him, after the fucking government ruined his life, he didn't have like a whole lot. to do. So he got into some legal trouble, which people criticize him for, but I really don't think this is a big deal at all. If you know his personality, he isn't like he doesn't like a high risk lifestyle at all. He's a huge nerd. And so a brothel in Nevada asked him to do some computer repair work and just like on an IT stuff. And he tinkers in all kinds of shit. He's been in like photo labs and he's owned photo labs in the past. He's built jet cars and he knows a lot about computers. So he helped them with their security system or something. And that brothel got busted. And he didn't have to go to jail or anything, but he had a little bit of legal time with that. But then since then he started a company called United Nuclear. And I really think that this is a great company. And exactly, yeah. So that's his company, and basically, like it provides, like chemical elements to laboratories and schools and things that normally, like, you need a special clearance to be able to get. So, like what? Like there might be a high school chemistry class that needs certain elements, but you have to have like a license to have those elements, or perhaps it's a laboratory to have those elements, and so he's able to provide that. But he made a really good point once that I heard. At least in the United States, this was more like 15 years ago, but when meth was like a huge deal, they made it illegal in a lot of places to own glassware. Like, I don't know if I have anything glass. Okay, I have like this jar of honey that's in a glass container. Okay, so like that glass in a drug bust, they could say that that glassware is made for use for meth. And so what was happening in the United States is you weren't able to buy like chemistry sets anymore because they weren't being used for chemistry purposes; they were being used for meth. And Rothschild spoke out about this, and he said, "Look, I think it's really a sad state of affairs where you can't even, in order to do chemistry and physics, you need to have glassware. You need to have the tools to be able to do this. And when you make it illegal to own the tools, you make it very difficult for children to want to get interested in science because they can't see the stuff. Like children used to have science uh, kits and things like that, and chemistry sets. You're not allowed to own like certain glassware or certain chemicals together, or they can get you for all kinds of things. No, it is the case. No, no, you can buy it, but like I think it was in the state of Texas. Let me look up the rule. The state of Texas made a rule. I don't know if it's still in some places, because it just never got repealed. Okay, so where is it? State of Texas chemistry set ban. State of Texas. State. I don't know what year it was. Okay, here we go. Agrochemistry is effectively banned. Yeah, it is. See, I knew it, man. It is. Hobby chemistry is effectively banned in Texas. I told you that. Okay, so here's the letter. Um, so according to Search Results, Texas had a law restricting access to lab glassware. The law was enacted in the past, specifically mentioning cases where users shared a letter to the governor stating that hobby chemistry was effectively banned in Texas. The law prohibited the possession of certain chemicals such as benzene, pyrene, and piperidine 2019, the Texas law requiring registration of laboratory glassware was repealed on June 6th. That means that loading and possessing lab glassware, including beakers and flasks, is no longer illegal or regulated in Texas. Although the law is repealed, police may still treat the presence of chemical glassware as probable cause to search. So this isn't off the books. Basically, if they see the glass, they can come and search your house, and that should be illegal. Basically, what I'm saying is that if you have a lab and it has a window, and the police can see into the window, that means they have probable cause to search that entire lab in the United States, or at least probable cause to get a search warrant. And most people would say that isn't probable cause. It's just because you have glass, who cares? Okay, so some states have hazardous waste management laws, but these laws do not specifically target lab glassware. So Texas has repealed the law restricting access to glassware, while police may still use the presence of glassware as a reason to investigate. Loading and possessing lab glassware is no longer illegal. But it was for many years. It was for at least like a decade. Okay, so that was just Texas. That was just one instance. I can tell you in other places, it still has this type of stigma. And so Bob Lazar just said, like, look, it shouldn't have a stigma, and it does. And even still, like in the state of Texas, they had to write a letter to their governor. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And in my opinion, that kind of stuff is too strict. Well, yeah, it's a shame, but that's what it is. I can tell you this, Bob. We talked some major Bob Lazar in my interview with Ori that you haven't seen yet, which is really unfortunate. So when are you going to watch my interview? That's my question. Instead of asking me every fucking question under the sun, why don't you just answer this one question? When are you going to watch the fucking Ori interview? Do you know who Ori is? Let me ask you that question. Perfect. I was not aware of anything. Dog, no. If you want to know what's going on at S4, there's an even better fucking it's better than anything I've ever seen about Lazar. If you want to know what's going on at Area S4. So you know the difference between Area 51 and Area S4. Area S4 is just like, it's like south of Area 51, but it's its own like secret, it's like the super secret place. It stands for Site 4, which, and it has, okay, so there's this really fucking cool documentary. Remember I tell you that I told you that like I listen to this story about Mel's Gold when I go to bed? Okay, but there's this other thing I listen to when I go to bed? A lot. I think it's the thing that, aside from like Mozart and a couple other like YouTube videos, it's one of the things that I watch the most on YouTube, and it's by a aviation historian named Michael Stratt. It's only 36 minutes, but it is the most interesting 36 minutes that you've ever heard. And I just want to tell you what this fucking thing is. You don't have to believe him, you don't have to believe me, but this is what his fucking story is. He tells you everything that happens with like a 3D model of S4. So he's like, all right, here's what happens. You get out of the bus or you get out of the vehicle or whatever outside. And they have these bays that are spray painted with like this textured paint so that from a plane or something or like satellites, it just blends in with the rest of the mountain. And you go through this door that's like a sliding door that on a patio. And on the very left, like he's super, super fucking specific with stuff. No, no, he took Bob Lazar's story and like other people who talked about it and put them all together. And this was at a UFO conference in 2011. So it was a long time ago, but to this day I've never heard anything as specific as this. So he says, okay, so that the sliding door opens. On the very left hand side, right when you walk in, there's a poster. I mean, no one talks about this place with so much fucking detail. And he shows there's a whole blueprint of it. And he says on the left hand side there's a poster. It's that poster. Have you ever seen the poster? It has a UFO and it says, I want to believe. It's a very famous poster. It's okay if you haven't seen it, but it's a very famous poster. So it's on the left hand side. And then on the right hand side, there are all the bays to the different crafts. And then on the floor, but they do all kinds of fun stuff there. When you're flying there, they play Neil Diamond's Coming to America. It's like all kinds of weird, like, why do they do this kind of shit? This is just fun. They've been doing it for a long time. Okay, so then what happens? You have to follow the stripes on the floor, and they have a security guard who follows right next to you, and that security guard has the power to shoot you if you walk anywhere off the line. And they call it walking the line, where, like, if you're whatever, you don't leave that fucking line. You don't stray off. You don't start walking around because that means you're done. So basically, there are little bays on the right hand side when you walk in, and that's where like the sport model is. That's where like the Roswell crash, like one was. They have like a bunch of. They have like, well, actually not a bunch. They have two of them or something like that. And some of the bays are open, and then there's like a catwalk or like a catwalk in there where you can like look in and see stuff from above. Then on the left hand side, there's a door to like an archive room, and then they have like elevators. And then this is where it gets really fucking crazy. What they have is different like underground cars. I don't want to fuck this up, but like some of it is like documentation and archiving stuff. But then it gets to like two more levels. Basically, the sixth level, there's an alien named J-Rock that's supposedly living. And whether it's true or not, I don't know. I've heard about this alien my whole life. Not my whole life, but like my whole adult life. If I had to say, like, can I name any aliens, the name of any alien? This is the only one that I can name that is like known by like, well, there's Skinny Bob as well. I've shown you Skinny Bob. There's Skinny Bob and there's J-Rod. What's J-Rod? J-Rod is like it's like a real like yeah, what do they? Well, from what I know, these things eat like if they really have the chance to eat anything they want, they like to eat human like hormones, like the like not just adrenal glands and shit. They like the glands. There's something to that. They like I don't know. It would be like you know what folk guap is? What the thing where they get foie gras, where you like choke a duck and it throws up. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a French cuisine. Maybe you know what I'm talking about, maybe you don't. It's called like foie gras. Okay, do you know what foie gras is? In a nutshell, exactly. So basically, these buildings kind of do the same thing to us, perhaps in like vials or labs. And I don't know, but if you ever want to see it, crazy. I'm not going to tell you the name of that fucking. No, I don't think he reflects that. Not that. I just think that it's um, that is what like feelings that what I read. I don't know. But that's a good question. Let's ask ChatGPT. According to a 2011 MUFON lecture of Michael Schratt, where he discusses an alien known as J-Rod, what perhaps is it that J-Rod eats on the sixth floor of Area S4? Like, what does J-Rod eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? What is his nutrition? Okay, the J-Rod and then according to the diet, quite different than food. According to like J-Rod meals are said to consist of nutrient-rich substrate pasta. Yeah, exactly. Possibly including energy-rich liquids, specialized compounds rather than traditional foods. The specifics of J-Rod's breakfast, lunch, and dinner are detailed, but the emphasis is on a highly efficient bioengineered nutrition that supports his physiological needs. That aligns with the notion of living life on brand for food and diet, different dietary requirements. So, yeah. Okay, so kind of, but from what I've read or heard, aliens like some sort of human. Like, yeah. I think that they talk about they they talk. I mean, here's the thing. Just watch the interview. It's the same fucking thing. Instead of asking me every question about it, just watch the interview. I'll send it to you. It's Michael Stratt. No, I don't talk about it. No, not that interview. I'm sending you Michael Stratt. I know, and I'm saying the interview that I'm referencing is by Michael Stratt, and he'll tell you just about as much as is known about J-Rock. Right? Michael Stratt, Lupin, just one moment. I'll tell you this. It's going to take me a second to find it. So it should show up right away. If it doesn't show up right away, I'll send it to you when I find it. But I want you to watch my interview first. I don't want to send you another interview before you watch my interview. So just watch my interview. And then when you're done with my interview, then I'll send you Michael Straps and you'll learn all about what J-Rod meant to do. It talks about his living quarters. And from what I recall, because I usually fall asleep by this part, I know the beginning really, really well. Even though it's only 36 minutes, I fall asleep midway through. But I know that there's like some kind of okay, the sixth floor, he lives in some kind of like, if this is even true, I don't know. I'm just saying this is the story of this. he lives in some kind of like upper. Imagine like a room that has that's split in half from the top up and the bottom down. Basically, humans are able to interact from the bottom down, but the top up part is his area. And in order to get up into it, you have to get on like a lift, like a scissor lift almost. And you get up on the scissor lift, and then it lets you in. And then that's where J-Rock supposedly is. But there are all kinds of weird stories about J-Rock. Like, everyone's crazy. Like, one that's the fucking stuff. I mean, that's why it's so fucking fascinating. It's like the most amazingly false story that you could ever think, but yet the people who are telling the story are like super high level like computer scientists who are like have no reason to lie and they're just talking about this very honestly. Yeah, but basically, yeah, he just chills there. It's like an apartment every time. And what he does, he's like a supercomputer. Like, you can. I one time heard this. I remember where I was when I heard it, and I did not. I've never heard anything like it since. But basically, like a Fortune 500 company could go to a certain contractor, and that certain contractor had connections with this alien being, and they could ask the alien to look at a system, and it would give them the absolute most efficient way to do something. So, like, what am I saying? Like, you could give it Bitcoin, you could give it the blockchain, and you could just say, look, we're trying to develop something that's like secure and everything, and it would just perfectly give you how the blockchain would work. Or like a space system, and you could be like, look, we're trying to build a space system, but we don't quite know how to do it, and it would do it for you perfectly. It would just lay out everything for you perfectly. If you're like, how could it do all this? It can somehow connect to it. Exactly, 100%. Except I heard about this like 15 years ago, and it was different than ChatGPT in that it could do all of these things telepathically. So you would just have to go up to it and be like, you wouldn't even have to say anything. It would just know that you had a problem because it just sense that from you, and then it would just do it. And the company where you would go through this is the same company that Bob Lazar from G&G. And there's something to that name too, EG&G, because it's really egg. EG&G is egg, and there's all kinds of like esotericism in that name. It's owned by the Carlyle Group, which was started by George. Pardon me? Okay, watch my. You don't even have to come back. Just watch my documentary. Watch my interview. All we want is for you to watch that interview. It's amazing.
Time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Usque, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, a really remarkable book, the Portuguese Inquisition was like even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being a kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal, that is, Jews who had been forcibly converted, they're living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to readopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. Here she is, most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great Il Bronzino. This painting is called La Donna in Rosso con Bambino, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lanes in the Papal States, which was just a mind-boggling story, but not for us now. At any rate, the Nasi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. The Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began to return after 1648. Now, under Austrian rule, which begins from 1713 and on, conditions begin to slowly improve for the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation for the Jews of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country when there are about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time. And this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why Antwerp? Well, I think the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west at this time. As you can see from this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans, begins around this time, 1881 to 1917, when the country will collapse and there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America, 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers go to South America, Australia, and elsewhere. Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in the diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There was a lot of finance involved, a lot of detailed work with gem cutting, and there was a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, but 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the big pond? Let's stay right here in Antwerp. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1939, when about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population, of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features for the Jews of Antwerp. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion. Many of them realized that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazism, more so than citizens in many of the other countries and surrounding regions. So a large-scale flight of the Jews of Antwerp began, and they went primarily to France. And this combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow-walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology simply could not be overcome. And so the Jewish badge was instituted, and there was violence and discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, the some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places where they successfully avoided the deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few would remain in. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as their home as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, there were about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless a significant amount of Jews who were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish school, which is a remarkably high figure. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today, a very vibrant community, and about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools there. Really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I hope to share some of this with you on your tour. Thank you very much for watching.
Only if
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises,
wait. Hold on. You gave your mechanic your car 10 months ago. You're getting back. Oh, dude, you're getting so fucked. It's unbelievable. That you're like the biggest fucking sucker in global history. You mean to tell me you took your car, a BMW, to a mechanic 10 months ago, and you haven't got this car back? Oh, This guy literally stole your car the first time. That's shame on him. But for you to go back to him, that's shame on you. Okay, so I understand he's got your car. You got basically a few options here. One is probably what I would do is tell him, look, if you don't give me this car back today, I'm going to come there with the police. And you don't want to get into this because not only will I have the police give me this car back, but then I'm going to sue you over holding my car for 10 years. If he says I'm not going to give you the car back, then I don't know exactly what the laws are in Canada, but I'm sure it's similar to the United States where you have a small claims court and you would take them to small claims court to get your car back. Wait, hold on. If he does that, here's the good thing though. If he does that and you got him in small claims, then he's going to have to pay for the full cost. So you tell him, I want the keys, I want the car back today, but I'm going to call the Royal Mounted Police. They're going to come there in their red suits, and they're going to be their most mounties to mounties, and they're going to be there when I take this car back. And not only that, but I'm going to Yelp you. I'm going to write on the Better Business Bureau about you. I'm going to make a Facebook post about you or a YouTube post about you, and to tell people to warn them never do business with this person because here's what my experience was. My friend, you don't want to fuck with me, okay? So you give me my fucking keys, and we call this thing even, or else I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to have the police down there. Okay, you've had my car for 10 fucking months. It's my car. I'm the one who has the big slip on it. I'm the one who has the legal right to this vehicle, and you do not. I am making you aware with advance notice that you are to give me this vehicle, and if you don't, I'm going to get the authorities involved. And I would tell you that he's either going to say, I'm saying bring the police fine, and then you just take him to small claims court. But you got to be tougher. Nobody, no man I know would ever let his car be gone for a month without it being, like knowing everything that's happening to it, let alone 10 months. So you have to be more aggressive when it comes to this. And I understand it. You don't have the money to go to the best mechanic, so you keep going to this guy, but at a certain point, you got to find another mechanic. To do it. But they're going to look at you like you're the dumbest motherfucker in global history. With kind of good reason. They're going to say you didn't fucking say anything to me 10 months ago. And I know he kept leading you on and all this other shit, but at a certain point, you're just getting dragged along. It's going to be a statute of limitations, perhaps, with the previous issue, but they're going to say, You mean to tell us this guy did this to you before and you came back to him? And now you're here, like, surprised that it happened again? I mean, they're just going to look at you like, okay, I get it, but, like, didn't you learn the first time? So, and he's going to say that Riser did the same shit to me earlier, and that's why I had to sell the car that time. And you don't really have too much proof. I mean, the evidence that you have is quite poor. So, I mean, you have to document stuff with these guys really well. You can't just be like, I mean, I know it's 2020 hindsight, but, um, you get like things written. And I know you've been years and everything, but that's where you get a written quote and you get, like, the job will be done on this date and signed here. So, but yeah, taking the small claims court, that's about the only chance. But I would perhaps warn him and say, I want my car back today. And if he says no, then I'd say, okay, I'm going to call the police. And we're going to go down there and we're going to get that car by force if needed. And if he still says no, you call the police, you go down there, try to get the vehicle. If they still say no, then you got title to the car, correct? So all you have to do is go to the police and say, look, I've titled this car. This guy's had it for 10 months. He's going to try to part it out. I just want my car back. And at this point, I'm going to consider this a stolen car because he has my car without my permission. And if I have to report it as a stolen car, then I will. All I want is basically for him to give me my car back. So you can explain that to this mechanic as well. Look, I'm going to report this car stolen. And now you're going to have to deal with the law. And you may say that he hasn't paid me for this and this and this. Okay, you're still going to have to mess with the police today, Bob. Or you can just give me my car back and it'll be all said and done. Right, they're going to say it's a civil matter. And that's why I keep saying you got to take this one claims court. If you can't afford a luxury car, and especially if you can't afford the upkeep, they end up costing you more than that. I wish you the best in business, and I would first call him and try to talk him through it and say to him, if you don't have the police involved, you don't have courts involved, and you don't have your reputation ruined, you'll just give me this car right now, and we'll call it a deal. We'll call it even. You don't owe him anything. He doesn't owe you anything. But if he says no, I'm going to hold on to this car, then you say that's fine. I would also, I don't know what the laws are in Canada, but I would report this conversation. I'd make him available if you need to. Then I would tell the police, look, this guy's holding my car. He said that he's had it for 10 months. This is unreasonable. I want to report it as stolen. And see what they say. They say, you can't report it as stolen because it's a mechanic or whatever, and he's going to sell it. Well, then I would like you to know to have a good day. And then you go to your local jurisdiction and you do what you need to get a small claim against them and for whatever the car damages are or whatever. But I mean, if you, I mean, there's any damage to a car with a car, which for whatever the value is, because he's going to probably sell it in the meantime, and you'll just get the cash value of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Does he have like a Yelp? Does he have Yelp? Okay, so then you're going to blast the shit out of that. And you're going to tell them that all your friends are going to blast the shit out of that because of how you've been treated. And you're just going to tear this guy's reputation down if he doesn't give you your card back. I mean, just come to terms with it. I would pull out every trick in the book that I had. Look, it's, I would say to him, my friend, today is, thank you. It's been 10 months, and if you don't want to have to talk to a court, to the police, and perhaps other people, you're going to give me this car back by the end of the day. And if you refuse, then I'm going to call the police on you. I'm going to report you. I'm going to put bad reviews about you. And on top of that, I'm going to have my friends and family do the same thing. We're going to ruin your reputation. Just flat out ruin it, but you ruined it yourself. And then you're going to have to find me in small claims court. So you're going to sell the car and part it out, and I'm going to get every dollar back from you took from me. In small claims. We can do that, and that's going to be a lot of headache on you. You're going to have to leave your business to be able to go to court, or you just give me these fucking keys back, and we're done. Okay, so if you're worried about that, then you certainly can involve the police if you want. Feel like look, just you could be really the best way to do is just be really nice and say, look, I know it's been 10 months. I really need the car back. I don't want to go through the police. I don't want to go through the courts. I don't want to ruin your reputation. I want to keep our relationship active. So can I have my car back today? And if he says yes, then you just get the car back, and great. If he says yes, but I need the money, well then you say, look, give me the car back, and then we can discuss a figure for whatever money you put into it, even though you shouldn't know anything. And if anything, you can say that you can take me to small claims. But at this point, I need this car back. It's been 10 months. It's unfair that you've had it this long. And if you, like, basically, I can ruin your day, and I can ruin the next few weeks for you. I'm going to have the police come to you. We're going to write all kinds of reviews against you. We are going to report you, and you're going to have to go to small claims court. It's not worth it. You're going to lose your whole business over this, dog. You get your car back. Do you know that he still has your car? Okay. Well, then just text him or call him tomorrow or Friday and explain to him that you want to come pick it up. It's today's the day. It's been too long. And if he says no, you explain to him that you can do this very nicely, or you can make it more challenging for him. And it's just, what kind of day do you want to have? Do you want to have a day where I come up to you and I just get the keys and we shake hands and we say bye? Or do you want the police at your residence, at your business? Do you want 3 or 4 bad reviews against you and some bad ratings against you? Do you want to be reported in the Better Business Bureau and perhaps other people as well, and ruin your reputation? And on top of that, then I'm going to take you to court. And on top of that, you're going to ruin your relationship with me. So basically, you have the choice, the easy way, which is give me this car back and we just leave it at that. Or you're going to have a bunch of different people who you're going to have to do. Dude, if this guy has any fucking brains, he's going to give you the keys to your car and let you go. Dog, have you ever seen The Sopranos? Absolutely. Have you ever seen The Sopranos? Oh, it's phenomenal. Yeah, you just have to go in there like you're gonna break some fucking faces if they don't do what you want them to do. And you just take an aggressive approach to it. And I mean, you don't directly threaten them, but you can say that the possibility certainly exists that you can get quite a few different negative reviews, and the possibility exists that you will be reported to the Better Business Bureau, that you'll be taken, at least reported to the police. And, um, also, you're now going to have a court case. All of these are not just possibilities, but they are perhaps major realities to you. Give me the keys back, and we don't have to worry about it. You understand? Yeah, it's not that serious. Absolutely, my friend. Dude, this is 4D Chess. Please watch the interview. Thank you. Take care, man. Peace out, baby. Shout out to you. Shout out to Balbazar. Shout out to Yellow.
I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity during World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Susskind, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam, and he saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because, one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these Judenräte is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and then the Nazis would say, who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenräte, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We definitely have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Adip Czerniaku in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary, before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those Judenrat leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Susskind of Amsterdam. Susskind was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism that the Nazis had inspired, he and his wife, and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany, and they were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Hollandse Schouwburg, the theater of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was a transit camp. Susskind relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Henriquez Pimentel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teachers' college. The teachers' college was run by a man named Johann van Hoest. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. The small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht's Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Susskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous overseers, but he had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Theresienstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Susskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance of the Red Army. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him, and a bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam over one of the many canals. as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolute inspiration. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled that next week, God willing, we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Penso de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1615 and 1692, and he's one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the, let me try and say this, Verwandtschaftslanden, the kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what would later become Brazil, right, hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean, huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be very significantly connected to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European International Exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1536. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews. And in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be, well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this must have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Penso Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism, right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middelburg. And there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and given out about 80,000 guildens, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only of letters that were later published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and there's all kinds of anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that, man, this is what it's all about. And here they are. I'll give them to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea as more of how to maintain, friendships with your brother-in-law, things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up and down, and you don't want to give people bad advice and get blamed for it. Second rule, accept both your profits and regrets. Meaning, don't, simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules, profit in the share market is goblin treasure. Now, I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain, at one moment it is carbuncles, the next is coal. One moment diamonds, the next pebbles. And the profits that you earn, they can blow up tremendously, and they can also, be moved almost immediately. The so-called bubbles, right? Very, very important rule. The 4th rule, he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. Really fascinating. He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on the European Stock Exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise. And I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. Good morning, fellow students of British history. We're docked in Amsterdam now on day one of our cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. We're going to explore a lot of fantastic places and learn something about the fascinating history of Jews in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising with Kosher River cruises, I think about, how did the land itself affect the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority. Since the year 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, to build these windmills and water drills to be able to expend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like the Jews to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning we're cruising along this beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or probably northern Belgium on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population. I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation of many Eastern European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogue, was an incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. I'm going to talk about that in a longer form. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing Kosher River cruise with you. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So yesterday was just such an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is such a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century. It really is a testament to the magnitude, and as we shall see, the generosity of these Portuguese immigrants in Amsterdam, what they affected for the larger Jewish community and really for Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese Jewish community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Mamad boardroom. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially to distribute charitable funds to the community. And we shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews have just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that we have to bring to bear when we look at this symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely that the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, they would never have conscious a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing, and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted this symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. very much so like the phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian myth for themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from this 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologos. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages through various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican in the Middle Ages when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated. And so we have lots of representations in Christian art. But what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting its children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children's keeping alive, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when we look at the actual ritual of communion. So back to our question, why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews, and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity, and that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there are 3 of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. Really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Kosher River Cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
I think the lemon and I taste the salt.
I'll leave the red one. Yeah, thank you.
So I just hold it up and really like this. Look at what.
Okay, I'm going to focus it on the actual.
Alltså git det här Henk. Git det här. Ja.
Heel lekker.
Heel lekker. Ja.
Ik heb een spuw in nachts van de kinderen. Spieren we gaan teuren.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
There are not many pictures from this because, of course, it was not allowed to take pictures during transportations. But this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows the road to Mechelen.
You know, we walked in here, and fair enough, we started playing. The 2 guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography. You're from here, and it was like in 5 languages.